Good afternoon, and thank you guys. Welcome to my listening and viewing audience. I welcome you. I'm your host, Tiniqua Knowles. You are currently listening to Dreamcatchers VI, tuned in every Friday from 2:30 to 4:30. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about a lot. But my main topic is going to be the ongoing hearing that is taking place right now in the legislature um, with the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. I'm going to give you guys a briefing of what is expected during this hearing and then some insight from my point of view from what I've witnessed so far. I was only able to attend um, during Block 1. Block 2 is currently undergoing, so I will probably go and review that later on. And then, as you know, write my article with my point of view and my insight from it. But before we begin, you already know we have to do our big ups. We have to make sure that I have to make sure that I big up my biggest sponsors, those who are supportive with me. You know, one of the biggest ones that I have is DTF Print Shop, Print Studio, my bad. And I am able to benefit through merchandise. You know, good afternoon, good afternoon. You know, I'm able to benefit through merchandise. Right now, DTF Print Studio 340 is working on my business cards for both my business, my own licensed business, and then also for for my radio show, Dreamcatchers VI. And it's going to be so that I could be able to properly network and also build sponsors, legitimate sponsors that come through the station, the radio station. If you guys don't know me, I am a well known author, radio host, mother of five, my four biological children, and also my beautiful stepson. I am 30 years old, you know, even though I may not look like it, but I am. You know, I currently own my own business. I'm licensed, and my business consists of media, consulting, government consulting, and so much more. I'll probably get a little deeper into that a little later on. But I just really wanted to shout out DTF Print Studio 340. Numbers to call would be 707-671-2481. If you guys are looking to custom print anything, you know, custom DTF printing in the Virgin Islands brings your designs to life on apparel and accessories with vibrant, high quality prints. Fast, affordable, and perfect for any occasion. DM them via Facebook to create something unique. So that is one. Also, you already know, big up to Serenity's Nest. I'm currently waiting on events taking place this weekend. You know, they always have something going on every Friday and every Sunday, you know, but I want to make sure that I give you guys detailed information in regards to current events happening. Last week, the unit band played, and also um, we had a artist that came up and graced us with their presence and their talent, which was Catalyst. You know, amazing rising artist here in the Virgin Islands from the Virgin Islands. You know, also I want to make sure that you guys are well familiar with memorable designs. Now, Memorable Designs is an amazing entity that creates unique resin um, artwork, whether it's portraits, whether it's custom bottle designs. They were established in 2023, personalizing items such as clocks, keychains, dominoes, plaques, um, all using resin. I myself have seen these products in person and they are totally amazing. So if you're looking for something unique, a gift for yourself, for your loved ones, even your children, come up with an idea, because one thing I know about this company is, and this is a small business here in the Virgin Islands that is upcoming and soon to be world renowned. So I feel like as if you guys should invest more within your people, and Memorable Designs is something unique. So if you got an idea, she is awesome when it comes to bringing imagination to reality. Some of her designs, as far as the bottle displays, will be amazing for restaurants, bars, and even so, one of our biggest entities here, which is Cruja Rum, or even Captain Morgan, because she specializes in, like I said, bottle displays, where she brings the image of the bottle in to a unique design within a plaque. She's also really and truly, soon is going to be extending to doing bar tops, countertops, tables, and so much more. But everything takes time, and step by step, she's getting more and more efficient with what she does. But you could find them on Facebook at Memorable Designs, and also Instagram. The numbers to call if you want to just try to get yourself something unique and personally made for yourself would be 340-643-6966. Once again, that would be 340-643-6966. And I was able to meet this business owner over at Serenity's Nest, because Serenity Nest, they offer vendor spots, whether it's food, merchandise, or what have you. I think the cost is about $40 per night, and that is amazing. And the joys of it is you could be able to bring your own crowd along with the crowd that is already there, and everybody loves to be able to not only market but network. It's not always about selling your stuff, it's also about getting yourself out there. So let's just keep in mind, Memorable Designs are very amazing, upcoming, already up and established, business. Also, before we even continue, I want to big up Royal Teams Studio. Let me make sure I go so I could give you insightful details for Royal Teams. For those of you who didn't know, I have already done work with Royal Teams in regards to production of advertisement, due to the fact that it was kind of hard for people to find their way to Royal Teams. So I offered to be able to give my expertise, not only just with promotion, but with commercial creations and whatever or what have you. I usually do commercials just voice, but it was awesome. It was an awesome thing to be able to do a video commercial, in such a short period of time. And I'm just continuing to grow in what I do, what I know, and like I always say, the best investment is self-investment. And these different entities that I'm mentioning, these are people who have invested in themselves and is seeing it thrive. Royal Teams is currently offering First time recording specials. First 2 hours, $100. Listen, I don't think you could beat that because I went to the grand opening and I've been there other times as well. And I must say that this is a very well equipped studio that is amazing when it comes to the work, as far as dealing with the structure of your music. He catches on really fast to the artist itself, and what your flow is, and also like how to best structure your music. During the grand opening, I had the opportunity to record one of my very personal freestyles. Yes, people, I do dabble in rap or whatever the case may be. But it's just something I do to kind of get certain things off my chest or to express myself. And I'm not doing it as to say for a career or something like that. It's just one of my talents that I explore. And that day, we were trying to see how we could go about testing his abilities. And within one take, one try, I did my freestyle, and he he did an amazing job with structuring it, amplifying it and making it so professional. When I listened to it, I was like, whoa, what going on here? When I sent it out to my friends and stuff like that, they say, you need to stop playing it. You need to get in the studio. I'm like, look, I'm not a rapper, even though I could do it if I want to, but I'm not a rapper. I'm an author, a radio host, an advocate, and so much more. But this is just one of my hobbies that I dive into to be able to express myself and to be able to just basically release stress, or things that I would not really actually talk about with people. I open up within my freestyles. It kind of clears my head, because when you're doing a freestyle, you're able to just go with the flow, find a beat that is something that is really and truly connecting with you, and then go based on that. And if you guys have been following me on my radio show from the beginning of my time, being a radio host, which is a lot of years now, and that is amazing to me to say, because time flies like this. 5 years doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it. But when I look back and I see where I was, and see the opportunities that I got and how I was able to magnify that opportunity, I know for a fact that my mentor, Robert Moorhead, would be definitely proud of me, at this time, he rests in peace and everything like that. But given that opportunity to be able to come and speak to the community on behalf of the community, it inspired me to a different level. Yes, I do speak about politics and everything, but when I began, my show was a platform to allow local and global artists, as far as music artists like rappers, singers, all these different things, to be able to come out, and I interviewed them. And I felt it was a type of inspiration to acknowledge their talent and to showcase it as well. I allowed them to come in and send in music, radio edited, of course, and I did what I love to do, which is I question, what got you started? What inspires you? What is your flow? All these different things. You know what I'm saying? Greetings, greetings, greetings. How you doing? Um, but yeah, so Royal Teams right now, he's an amazing young man who is dedicated to ensuring that our local artists have a place, an affordable spot to be able to come and either continue with their music or to even begin. You know, if you don't even know where to begin, guess what? That is an amazing place because I feel like as if he has the ability to consult you in ways to effectively promote yourself and your music, and also to make your music um, pop and sound official. You know, so first time recording specials would be 2 hours. The first 2 hours would be $100, and they also have promotions for limited podcast office space rental. Limited spots availability. Secure your spots by booking now. Spots are just based on bookings. Reserve early. Equipment available will be mics, Shure SMB7, computer with audio software, speakers, mixer, internet access, fully foam padded room, perfect for podcast streaming, interview contents creation, and more. Royal Team Studio is you can contact them and book your sessions today at www.royalteamstudio.com or contact them at 404 620 9317. And pricing starts at $50 per hour. And I'm sure, based on the kind of good hearted person he is, you know, he's capable of working with you. If your podcast is several hours or what have you, feel free to talk to him about deals. If you're going to be a reoccurring customer, you know, all those different things. So put that in mind. You wouldn't know unless you ask. That's just something that I always have to say. Um, I gonna let you. I gonna let you hear briefly my my advertisement for Royal Teams in regards to directions. Wow, you can't find it? No, man, I got you, man. I go to leave right now. I gotta leave my Royal Team Studios. No worry about it. No, you gonna make it in time. I got you. It's right there by Queen Mary on Paradise Flea Market. But if you can't find it, no. I gonna share it on my Facebook. Did you get lost? Oh, but I'm gonna share it on my Facebook later on, you know. But let's dive into today. Today, my day was fully packed with Senate hearing. Yesterday, it was the same thing with WAPA's hearing. Before I dive into this one, which is a little bit more of me giving positive input with the economic development and agriculture hearing that is taking place currently. They're currently going to be doing Block 2. I was able to sit in from beginning to end of Block 1. And before I get into that, I want to give my input on yesterday's hearing. So now I'm going to just say that not only myself, but the community in a whole was frustrated due to the long-windedness of testifiers when it regards to questions asked by senators. Now, my personal opinion is I really feel like as if things should be adjusted when it comes to questions being asked and answers being given, because I don't feel like senators are able to effectively ask the questions that they have, the listing of questions that they have, due to the fact that with one question, they have about 7 minutes, sometimes 2 minutes, 3 minutes, depending on what the chair gives them. I feel like as if, this is my opinion, that the senators' time shouldn't be cut short or shouldn't be counted while testifiers give their answers. And also, I feel this should be limited to how long, unless it's something that they are asked to elaborate on. We need brief, straight to the point answers. Killing the time so that you don't have to answer multiple questions is frustrating. It's not only frustrating, I'm sure, to the senators, but it's frustrating to the people of the Virgin Islands. Now, I have my opinions when it comes to this cut line business. First of all, VI Comics 340 made a they made a joke about the fact that first of all, the line looked like it was taped up with some black tape. Some people was talking about it looked like it had duct tape on it. When I personally looked at the example that they put on the screen, it was questionable. The maintenance and the structure of the wire in the first place before it was even cut. And then secondly, the whole concept of our lines being so accessible with little to no reassurance or monetary services to ensure that situations like that don't occur, and if they do occur, that we could hold people accountable. I made a comment because with the amount of voltage that comes with cutting that line, whoever cut it should have been, like somebody said in the comments, hanging on like a piece of crispy chicken. But I said, Mossy Thor came down, and cut the wire and absorb the energy. Because in no way that, unless you have the proper equipment that will not send out these voltages to the person who have done it, then I'm gonna say it's questionable. But then later on during the hearing, you heard them testify when it was talking about bucket trucks. They said that they only have two, I guess one on St. Thomas for St. Thomas and St. John, and then one on St. Croix. And then Senator Alma Heiliger, she stated that she had an issue where she had to privatize and pay for one to come and deal with her issue at her own company. And while I listened, what was said by the individual that runs the tree cutting industry or whatever the case may be, they said that, and I think the CEO, Carl Knight, was that they had issues not only with the small roads in St. Thomas, but also operational use. The fact that individuals weren't properly trained while utilizing these bucket trucks. So now my question is this. Again, tell me if I'm wrong. The more realistic question that should have been asked was, do you think that during a time where tree trimming or something in that sort was taking place, that due to the lack of training with the bucket truck drivers, that it could have caused for an individual who was probably clearing the lines to then slip and cut the wire, because that is heavy machinery. And there's not going to be anybody who's going to just go out into public and just go up and cut a main line from that generates power from St. Thomas to St. John. So my question would have been, do you think that it is a cause from the tree trimming entity that would have caused that line to be cut? Because think about it. You're stating that these individuals are not properly trained and has caused damages to these bucket trucks. Now, if you sit and think in a scenario where there's somebody in the bucket up on a line cutting vegetation or what have you, clearing the poles. This is the pole, these are the lines. And that should have been another question. How close to the end of the pole was it cut? But think about it. Then the person who is untrained to be able to operate these bucket trucks mess up down to the bottom, causing for the person up to the top to lose control of their machinery and therefore end up cutting the line. Because as you can see, it looks like as if it was a cut, then it stumbled and it stumbled again. An intentional cut, if somebody intentionally went up there, and also we have to raise the question, look at the fact that it was not made as a serious situation when that is basically in terrorist territory if it was done intentionally by someone within the general public or what have you. Because what would be the reason to go up and cut a wire in an already faulty situation where we have constant outages in the territory, And then my opinion, and I hope not when this investigation undergoes, because a lot of things are going to get tied up and pushed to the side. I'm glad that the Senate floor made it something mandatory for them to involve FBI. FBI should have been the first to be called just to ensure the safety of the territory, because if it was done from general public or whoever, like I said, that is in terrorist territory, because there's no realistic reason to go about sabotaging those electrical wires. You understand me? And then my next question is, where are your monetary services? Have you contacted businesses or residents within that area to see if they have footage of that moment of what took place, of the time span from when it was cut to a little bit before and a little bit after? Was there anybody out there that witnessed somebody being up to the top sabotaging these electrical wires? We are now modernized. It is 2026. Everything do get posted on the internet. And I think if somebody there to the top up and at our wires cutting it, get somebody with a cell phone. They will just watch them and just be like, oh, okay. The first thing is going to be done is somebody's going to take a picture. Somebody's going to take a video. Unless it is within your department and they feel as if it was something being done by the company. Or it happened during, like I said earlier, my opinion, when your bucket truck drivers was unable to operate their vehicle and somebody was trimming the poles and then happened to slip due to the lack of training within those drivers. That's just my take. Also, I don't like the fact that it is being presented that because not everybody can afford renewable energy resources. unless there are grants that's going to go out there to be able to support the public and low income residents, that WAPA feels as if they don't care, first of all, if they lose customers, because the less people, the more power they have to generate. That shouldn't be the goal. The goal should be to make it effective, something long lasting, and I don't see why we're waiting until we have crisis situations such as this to then try to start making changes. Give me 1 second, people. We should go upstairs. Okay, no problem. But thank you guys for joining, by the way. Make sure I share the live. I gave because it was stated by WAPA that they don't consider this to be a state of emergency situation when it comes to what was taking place in St. Thomas and St. John with the long outages and then the rotations. I wrote an article, and I submitted it to the Daily News on my reasons for why I feel this is a state of emergency. And why I said is because even though they're giving us momentary, solutions, and they're not even solutions that are going to be completed within the time frame that we think. I also feel as if it is. I also feel like as if it's lacking. It's lacking that necessary compassion to our community. When they were asked about fundings to locals for lost appliances and groceries or whatever the case may be, their statement is, we don't have profit here, so we can't do nothing about it. That's just simply, I don't care, that ain't got nothing to do with me. That's how I took it. Within entities like that, with situations like this, you should be able to go and outsource, partner up with human services, in regards to providing, reimbursement for foods that were lost and so forth, and different entities to help when it comes to whether it's vouchers or something to be able to replace your appliances lost. Because I know a lot of people, by a raise of hands, how much are you? And they asked them in the hearing yesterday, how many of you has lost a TV, a microwave, a stove, a fridge, tons of groceries due to long outages caused by WAPA? Regardless of what the situation is or the circumstances that caused it, it happened. It affected customers. And even so, even if you can't give back in that sense, what about credit? What about resident credit for on your bills? The bills are already high. We have the highest rates in the territory, which they were already talking about possibly raising due to war. How much more will our wages be raised? How much more will you charge the people of the Virgin Islands for unreliable services? These are questions that is necessary. So I'm going to briefly read to you guys my article for why I think that this is for why I think this is a state of emergency. Let me make sure I can read this here. Oh Lord, no. We're gonna keep scrolling until we find the one that I wrote via Facebook. Um, for those of you listening, know that we have an upcoming economic development summit that would be May 22nd, 2026, starting at 7:30 a.m. ending at 5 p.m., which will consist of key panelists such as the EDA, VI Housing Authority, tourism, um, sports park and recreation, and much more. But and also big companies to talk about the upcoming economic um, development opportunities that is going to be landing here in the Virgin Islands. Right now, they're currently having a hearing at the legislature that is giving insight on those opportunities and also insight on where our economic development currently is here in the territory. But I'm going back to WAPA. This was my article. WAPA crisis, a state of emergency hidden in plain sight by Timiko Knowles. There comes a point when inconvenience crosses the line into crisis. And what the people of the Virgin Islands are experiencing with ongoing outages, power outages, is no longer just a service issue. It's a state of emergency. For days at a time, families across St. Thomas, St. John, and even here on St. Croix, in repeated instances, are being forced to live in conditions that would be considered unacceptable anywhere else in the United States. Yet here it has become normalized. Let's be clear. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. This is inhumane. Living without basic necessities, electricity, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Without it, families are stripped of the ability to meet their most basic needs. Parents cannot cook their children's food, groceries spoil within hours, forcing families to throw away hundreds of dollars in food they can barely afford in the first place. In a time when the cost of living is already high, these losses are devastating. Homes are left in darkness at night, creating safety concerns and emotional distress, especially for children. That heat becomes unbearable without fans or air conditioning, turning homes into ovens where sleep is nearly impossible. This is not just discomfort, this is suffering, children, and education disruption. Schools are forced to close due to outages, interrupting the education of our children. Students fall behind, routines are broken, and working parents are left scrambling for solutions. How can we expect our children to succeed when they can't even rely on consistent access to electricity? Health risks. No one is talking about enough. The most vulnerable in our community are paying the highest price. Elderly residents are left without life sustaining equipment, refrigeration for medication, or even basic cooling in extreme heat. Individuals with chronic illnesses face dangerous conditions that can escalate quickly without power. Babies, yes, babies, are being forced to sleep in excessive heat, unable to escape conditions that are not only uncomfortable, but potentially dangerous. This is a public health crisis, financial strain, and property damage. Frequent outages and power surges are destroying appliances such as refrigerators, stoves, air conditioning units, items that family depend on daily and cannot easily replace. So not only are residents paying some of the highest utility rates in the region, but they are also being forced to repeatedly repair or replace essential household items. The burden is unfair. The system is failing the people. Mental and emotional toll. What often goes unseen is the mental strain. The function, the uncertainty, the frustration, the uncertainty, the constant disruption of daily life. Not knowing when power will go out or when it will come back on creates a level of instability that affects entire households. It chips away at people's sense of security, dignity, and well being. Where is the accountability? This level of failure demands more than explanation, it demands action. The people of the Virgin Islands deserve transparency, they deserve accountability, and most importantly, they deserve a reliable system that meets basic human needs. We cannot continue to treat this as routine. We cannot continue to normalize dysfunction. This is a state of emergency. If families cannot eat properly, sleep safely, preserve food, access education, or protect their health, then what else do we call it? This is not a power issue. This is a human issue. This is a community crisis. This is a state of emergency. And it's time that it is treated as such. Now, the reason why I wrote this is because, the governor and the board of WAPA is stating that it's not, that they have everything under control. But it's easy to say that you have everything under control when you're not being affected. It's easy to say, oh, 2 or 4 days ain't nothing without power. Can you be able to actually sit and endure that type of conditions? I don't think so. And not just endure it by yourself. Imagine being in a household filled with children, frustrated, anxious, hungry due to lack of power. Imagine your mother, your father, your grandmother being locked in a house with no power, not being able to have a fan or AC unit or to be able to see where they're going. We don't often think about the community, and that is something that needs to happen more often. Now, let's touch bases on, I'm not giving WAPA all my time. That is my opinion, based on yesterday's hearing and based on the statements in regards to if this is a state of emergency or if it's not. Now, currently, good afternoon, everybody. Let's go to today's committee hearing within the legislature in regards to economic development and agriculture. So I'm going to give you guys a brief insight on what it is. Before I give my own, I realized that the senator, the chairman for economic development and agriculture, posted via Facebook a summary of, and I also want to mention happy birthday to his father. As I'm scrolling, I'm seeing that it is the senator's father's birthday. He made 90 today, so that is amazing to see, in a community where lots of people lose their lives before they begin to live their lives, to see someone be able to live so long to that to such an extent is amazing. So I just want to extend that birthday wish, but Hubert Lorenzo Frederick, a message to the people of the Virgin Islands, building a stronger economic future together. On Friday, April 10th, 2026, at 10 a.m., which is currently still ongoing, um, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, will convene an important hearing in the Fritz E. Law Conference Room on St. Croix. Focus on sustainability, economic development with our territory. This moment is critical for the Virgin Islands. With approximately $25 billion in federal funding awarded to our territory, we are faced with both a historic opportunity and a serious responsibility to ensure these resources are used in a way that creates real, lasting impacts for our people. Why this hearing matters to you? This is not just a government discussion, this is about your future. This hearing will examine how these funds are being used to support job creation and work development, affordable and accessible housing, infrastructure improvement, growth in agriculture and food security, expansion of tourism and local businesses, innovation, education, and research, disaster recovery, and long term resilience. Every dollar must be translated into opportunity, stability, and progress for the people of St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. His community, it says, my commitment to accountability and results. As chairman of this committee, I'm committed to ensuring that government agencies are working together, not in silos. Federal funds are properly managed and strategically invested. Programs are not only announced but effectively implemented. Local residents and businesses are prioritized for opportunities. This hearing is about one central question: how are we turning funding into real results for the people of the Virgin Islands? Your voice matters. In addition to this hearing, my office is actively working to ensure that your voice is a part of the decision making process. We are currently distributing surveys across the territory to gather data on economic trends within our community, employment and job opportunity, financial hardships, and cost of living challenges. Your input will directly help shape policies and ensure that economic development reflects the real needs of our people, not assumptions. I strongly encourage every resident to participate, from discussion to action. Economic Development Summit. Oversight is only the first step. Action must follow. That is why I am proud to host the upcoming Economic Development Summit. This is the statement from Senator Hubert L. Frederick on Friday, May 22nd, 2026, at the University of the Virgin Islands Great Hall on St. Croix. This summit is designed to ensure that our people are not just informed, but positioned to benefit. You can expect direct access to agency and decision makers, insight into upcoming projects and opportunities, guidance on how to access and leverage federal funding, networking opportunities for businesses, contractors, and job seekers. A clear understanding of Section 3 and local preference opportunities. Most importantly, this effort is about ensuring that these resources remain within our territory, circulating within our communities, strengthening our economy, and creating sustainable opportunities for our people. Come informed, leave empowered. What I will be looking for um, this hearing is a moment of transparency and accountability. I will be focused on measurable outcomes, not just plans, clear times for implementation, real opportunities for Virgin Islanders, strong coordination across agencies, long term strategies that extend beyond temporary funding, moving forward together. uh, I understand that the concerns of the people, I want you to see progress. I want you to see opportunities. And most importantly, I want you to see results. Economic development should not be something you hear about, it should be something you experience in your daily life. The decisions we make now will shape the future of the Virgin Islands for generations to come. And I want you to know this: I remain committed to advocating for your every step, for you every step of the way. You can bank on me. And that is the statement from Senator Hubert L. Frederick in regards to today's Senate hearing for the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture that is still ongoing currently. Now, myself personally, I was there present for the beginning portion of today's hearing, and it was very informative. I would tell the public before we comment on anything or get riled up on anything, let's listen and, like I said, listen and comprehend, or listen to comprehend, so that you're not misinformed or misinformation. No. No. Okay. Once again, briefly, just so that the community can know, if you guys see me posting on Facebook, the U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Summit 2026, from recovery to reinstance, catalyzing USVI economic transformation. This would be held the 36th Legislature of the United States, sponsored by the Office of Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Friday, May 22nd at UBI Great Hall from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Local business owners, contractors, entrepreneurs, you're welcome. Make sure that you guys register through our online portal. If you are following me on Facebook, it is there. We have flyers that I'll be taking out to the public, to small businesses so that they can be able to come in, network, and so much more. Yes, so let me give my insight on today's hearing. Today's hearing by Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture on St. Croix opened with a strong focus on sustainable economic development across the Virgin Islands. The first block of testimony centered on the territory's plan to turn approximately $25 billion in federal funding into real opportunities for the people. Key agencies and leaders, including those from tourism, economic development, and housing, research, and innovation, provided insight on expanding economic growth through tourism and investment, addressing housing availability and affordability, strengthening workforce development, supporting initiatives, innovations, and data-driven decisions making, a major theme throughout the decisions was the need for coordination across agencies and ensuring that these investments lead to measurable results, not just long-term plans, but overall. The block one set a tone for accountability, focusing on these resources can be used to create real, lasting impacts with the community. You know, I'll be drafting up an article later on a little bit more detailed documents of my take from today's summit with real um, insight as well. I was taking notes as I listened, on key points, and we the people were able to get some questions out there. Right now they currently have an opening for questions on my page. I also posted, you guys could message me or email me questions that you may have for the board in regards to block one and block two. Right now, block one is finished, but block two is currently undergoing. They have their testifiers. Like I said, I would have to sit down and listen later on, to that. But, just briefly, the community needs to be heard. Your questions matter. And I was able to present questions to the chairman, which he addressed on the floor. So it is something that you need to think about. We often say they don't worry about what the people have said, what the people have think. Well, today you're given the opportunity to send in your insight, your questions, to ask these different agencies in regards to whatever. Just keep your questions direct and respectful. Um, One of the questions that was asked was in regards to vendors that currently set up and rent boots down in Frederickstead during the days of the cruise ships. Someone asked, is there gonna be any initiatives to provide vendors with um, additional days outside of cruise ship days due to the fact that there's a rise in visitors not only on cruises but through airlines, so it would allow them to better generate better revenue, and consistently market their things rather than set dates for these cruise ships, because if there's not a cruise ship, then they can benefit and they're paying yearly rent for these booths. I don't have the details as far as how much each booth is, but I'm sure it's a lot. And you want them to be able to maximize on their opportunities. So that question was asked, and tourism stated that they're currently having conversations about that. So we're gonna see within the future if something changes, and yeah, I'm not staying too long. I gotta go get my beautiful children from school. But before we leave again, let's give a big shout out to DTF Print Studio, um, 340, along with Serenity's Nest. You could always find something happening every Friday from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. and every Sunday from 4:20 p.m. to 11 p.m. and sometimes until, because the people don't know how to go home when they're having a good time. And 420 with a big pun to it, it's 420 welcoming. And also family oriented. I must say I love the environment because it's quiet, calm. And when I say quiet and calm, I don't mean I don't have nothing going on. I mean it's dramaless, drama free. And within our territory, seeing all the violence that is happening, it's amazing to find a place where you could just feel safe and comfortable and welcome. You know, they always have a fully stocked bar with beers, mixed drinks, and wine if you just want to unwind. You know, amazing food vendors, and also local vendors as well. And like I stated, vendor spots are open, $40 per spot. And yeah, then also, once again, you know, I want to shout out Memorable Designs. This is a upcoming small business where they personalize in creating dominoes, keychains, and customizable items using resin. You know, right now she really markets out big with her bottle display, while portraits and stuff like that. You know, she also created her own plaque for her business logo and so forth, which looks beautiful. I continuously share it via my Facebook, so you guys could follow the page on Facebook. That will be Memorable Designs via Facebook, also Instagram. I will give you guys the number so that if you want to contact and figure out what could be created for you, whether it's a gift for your family, friends, or even yourself, you know, that way you could be able to support your local vendors as well and small businesses. That would be 340-643-6966. Once again, 340-643-6966. Memorable Designs. Please be sure to follow them via Facebook. Show your love and support. You know, share a post, you know, like a post, and contribute. The only is how we're going to build our economy is if we start to invest in each other, you know, and build our small business owners up to a point where they can expand and create job opportunities, because every idea is an amazing idea once it's actually uh, properly invested in, properly structured, and properly marketed. You know, tourism stated that you guys could contact them via email if you have a licensed small business to be able to put up to market your business. You know, all you gotta do is ensure that you're licensed. I guess give them uh, your vendor number, whatever the case is, and send in a picture of your business or a flyer from your business or what have you, and they currently advertise it for free. You know, remember that it's carnival season over in St. Thomas. I just want you all to be safe. You know, remember that everybody is a person, and remember that this is a time where our community benefits solely from um, community engagement and tourism as well. So please leave all the drama at home and let us maximize in having a good time. You know, big up to Rock City. You know, T-Ran will be performing over in St. Thomas, and I heard that majority of performers are gonna be local. So that is amazing to hear. I can't wait to see the outcome. Like I said, have fun, be safe, and no drinking and driving. You know what I'm saying? I always have a designated driver, and yeah, just make sure I just go out, enjoy yourself, leave the drama at home. If you know you get problems, stay home. You know, view it online, or you know, or see and don't see, because bullet don't have no eyes, and their children that are gonna be present, elderly. and innocent bystanders in a whole. So these are things that we need to make sure that we understand and push to our public. You know, I want to just say, I just really want to say that it is a sad thing to see the amount of losses that we have had within our territory when it comes to our young men and even our young women due to gun violence. And I really want an initiative to be spread, and it starts at home. You all know, practically know what's going on with your family members. You know, talk to your children, talk to your cousins, talk to your friends, talk to each other, and find a different way to resolve your problems. You know, find a different lifestyle to have. You know, because these short-lived gangster lives are not cute. They don't benefit anyone. It definitely don't benefit you. Even if in a short period of time you make some money because you do some illegal activities, it's gonna cost you. You know, it's gonna cost you, or it's gonna trickle down on your family. You know, a lot of times, and not only have we lost individuals to death, we have also lost individuals to the correctional facility. And there's a saying where families do time with families serve their time with these inmates. And I personally can tell you it's the truth. We get punished because you're getting punished. You know, children have to suffer, whether it's losing their father or mothers to death or to the correctional facility. Children suffer, families and households suffer. You know, majority of households are without a father figure due to gun violence, illegal activities, you know. So let's just think about that. Let's just think about creating a better, stable uh, household and environment and so forth. You know, it's nothing to have a 9 to 5. It's okay to have a job. You don't have to make 100,000 within a month. You know, money is not gonna come like this. It's okay if you don't make money every day. It's okay to get a paycheck. You know, and even so, look into the benefits, because even if you die untimely, when you have a certain type of job, you know, and you're paying into social security and all these different things, you leave security for your family, especially your children, you know. And children need to make sure that you need to make sure that your children are taken care of even when you can't do so, you know. So just food for the mind, for the thought. So I thank you guys for tuning in, and I love you all. You know, today's Friday. Enjoy yourself. It's April 10th. You know, 3 more days, and it's both my brother's birthday and my longtime best friend, you know, Jenna Lynn's birthday. You know, I love Ayo. Speaking to my listening audience and my viewers and all my friends and family. You know, I don't know, I want to shout out my mother. You know, right now she's dealing with a lot, but I love you and I pray for you every single day as I do for myself. I want to shout out, currently I'm sitting in my auntie's office. Myrna Picard. I want to shout out all my aunts and my uncles. I want to shout out my sisters and my brothers, and big up to my children. Right now, they're doing their work currently, just bringing themselves up and pushing forward. Sending my love to my beautiful stepson and his mom for doing an amazing job. Also, I want to big up my father for always being my biggest support system and always loving and caring for me, and lecturing me here, there, and everywhere. You know, if you guys are looking for a new or used vehicle, go down to Toyota and speak to Dupert Knowles, and get yourself, you know, invest in yourself through a brand new ride or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I just want to big up my father. Like I said, it's an amazing feeling. And this is something that you all have to understand as me being a young lady, and not just young ladies, but young men as well. But I go speak for myself. Being a young lady and having a father figure, my father in my life, and even at my age, at my current age, being able to love me and support me in every which way, even lecture me. It's important for young ladies to have that male figure, that structure in their life, that backbone where they probably don't have in decision makings and certain things like that. My father is one of my biggest inspirations in regards to just building myself up and continuing in life. Big up to Damian Lang, I see you there. It's funny you joining me while I talking about my father. But I'm big up to fathers of the community. I was just stating to them how important it is to have a father figure within households and within your lives as a young lady, and even for our young men. My father also picked up as the main father figure for my children due to the fact that they lost their father due to gun violence. My fiance also does so, but in case of any moment where anybody could leave out your life, but having us a person who is you know always there and is dedicated to your life, such as my father. He disciplines and grooms and teaches my children and stuff like that, supports them in so much different ways. I personally don't know where or how I would be able to survive if it wasn't for my father in certain times, because when things are needed, I don't even have to speak. He shows up and shows out. And I feel that's the definition of a father. A father is somebody who can support you, discipline you, and guide and inspire you among so many other things. Also, like I said, my mom is going through some difficult times. I give thanks for her and I give thanks to God for bringing her through all that she has been through. I want to say thank you to the people of the Virgin Islands for making some drastic changes within yourselves. We have some amazing people within our territory that has conducted self-investment and investment within their communities. Big up to yourself, Damian Lang. Also Miss Merlene Lang is an amazing inspiration to me as well. That would be the founder of the organization Aliva. We did the Christmas Glow parade with the children. We had Candyland, and we're planning to do so much more. I've been busy, building my own business or what have you, but I'm still working in commingling and making sure that I have certain things in place, looking into ideas and what have you. But I'm proud of you guys for sustaining yourself and building a stable Virgin Islands, because we need to build more independence. With everything that's going on in the world, we don't know what the next big turn is going to be. So Virgin Islanders need to start to become more independent, and also need to start investing in each other. Let's leave the crabs in a barrel mentality behind, and let us start to just promote and invest in each other. Start shopping locally. I know it's hard or whatever, but take your time to find out the different establishments, small businesses, entrepreneurs, see what they have to offer. Buying one item might make you go back and buy 2 or 3 more. We have individuals who create amazing natural oils and butters, to people who sell apparels, all these different things. So let's just start to invest in each other. And thank you guys again. And you guys could go and tune in or tune back in with the current legislature committee on economic development and agriculture through the legislature's page, to just give yourself some insight and to be able to educate yourself on where we are when it comes to in our economy and building our economy. And even so, if you have questions or so, feel free to email me and I would get it over to the chairman. But like I said, I love Iowa. I thank you all. I will be seeing you all next week. Right now, again, I'll pick up my beautiful children so that they don't think I forget them. But thank you again. I love you all. All best to my listening and viewing audience via WSTX and Facebook.